If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, do we games again. 5 campuses competing, do we games again. In 10 different disciplines, do we games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite this spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the UE games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, see we games again.
A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the UE Spec. It's the final day of action in the UE Games 2026 and we start things off with table tennis this morning. St. Augustine up against the Five Islands and as you can see out there the pair of Rebecca Sterling and Priyanka Kilawan for St. Augustine and Jewel Joseph and Samira Mussington for Five Islands. 3-0 to St. Augustine early as they look to close out their campaign with a victory here. And Priyanka, of course, is easily one of the better table tennis players on the ladies' side in the tournament. But she didn't try to play every game and allowing the other ladies to at least experience what it was like to play in the tournament, which is very commendable. And I want to believe a lot of other teams did so where possible, because not everybody had the numbers to rotate in such a fashion. But it turns out to be very profitable and advisable for them to do so, St. Augustine. And now we're seeing this young lady, Rebecca Sterling. She's left-handed, similar to Imani. And so 9-1 it is, or 1-9 to Five Islands serving. Now I can make that 10-1. So that's the first set there, 11-1 to the pair of Sterling and Killawan over Joseph and Mussington. Some of us had the privilege of avoiding the Hudson at the stadium yesterday. It really was a fantastic day of track and field, and I think apart from the extreme heat, people thoroughly enjoyed the experience at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. I must say the field looked a picture, apart from one little area that probably had grasses up, only now sort of replanted, it looks like, and being allowed to catch it. The field looked in spectacular form, probably the best I've seen it in years, and all the markings were clearly defined. So it really augurs well for what is to come. I know our international break in terms of FIFA will see the national team off to Russia. They have 2 games out there, so the field gets even more chance to rest and to be manicured properly. And we certainly hope a similar thing happens when next we visit the Oval, where a test match is scheduled for August. I think it is early August. So a lot to look forward to there. But here we go for the second set. St. Augustine leading 1-0, excuse. And it's just the sort of continuation play that creates the problems for some of the players on the Five Islands team, because as I said, if they tell them to serve, they will serve, and they'll work on the serve, so they'll kind of get comfortable with that. But then when you go beyond that, in other words, to return the ball sometimes is where the issue is. Their return skills are not as good, and it takes a little while to develop that in terms of the racket angle, the amount of force to apply, and then of course the biggest challenge is to play on the backhand side. A lot of them can play forehand, but as it appears on the backhand, it's a strange phenomenon because the racket is coming from way over here to try to get over on the other side of the body, and it's never going to happen. And not to mention the movement. When you play doubles, as you touch the ball, you pretty much have to get out the way for your partner. And again, that movement, that synergy is not the best. So it, quite often a slam like the one you just saw there will be successful once it's on the table, because the second player is nowhere near. The footwork and just the agility to get across there is non-existent. And that's a good rally. Excellent rally. But again, once it's put on the backhand side, it's almost like you're almost guaranteed to get a point there or force them into error. And, the Five Islands. They've competed well, but they've been overmatched in almost every discipline. So it was a big thing yesterday when they finished second. Was it second in one of the races? They actually beat Jamaica and they beat Muna in a race. The St. Augustine won the race, and it really was a battle between Five Islands and Jamaica and Muna. And the athlete from Muna, I don't know, was struggling a little bit going up the back straightaway. So all eyes, it was one of the relays, and all eyes were on whether she would have been able to close the gap when she saw the Muna athlete, who was way out in front, probably a good 60 meters when she got the baton. But she kept going and going and going, and then by the time they came around in the straightaway, she was able to catch up. And there's the second set, another wonderful put away on the part of Kilawan, and that gives St. Augustine a 2-0 cushion, 11-5 the second set after taking the first set 11-1. Yeah, so when we look back at those games, there were some really outstanding moments. We saw some heroic javelin throws. Cave Hill again coming up big. Cave Hill did well in the jumps as well. So their male athletes were 1-2 in the high jump. They were also outstanding in the long jump. So St. Augustine did well in some of the other field events. The discus, the women's discus, they were right there. So I think all the countries, even, well, of course, you expected the dominance from Muna on the track and in some of the field events as well. But I think the crowd, some of the loudest cheer you would get was when, which is kind of an unusual phenomenon, is when the Muna athletes didn't do as well as many people expected them to. And then they'll get this loud cheer from the fans. I was like, why? But, people would be like all gung-ho because they didn't win. I'm like, if they're any better athletes, then they're supposed to win. But so as we start the third set here now, the Five Islands staring at a 3-0 defeat, unless they can turn things around here quickly. But it must be said, though, that despite the obvious mismatches that they've encountered throughout this tournament, if you look at from where they started to where they are now, just a simple thing like the serves, they actually understand now that you have to toss the ball and play it. They used to just serve it from the hand, just like that. Now you can actually see them learning how to toss the ball and bring the racket in. So there must be a distinction from hand to racket. And so they're learning just that simple exercise. So this is something you felt should have been taught, but I understand under these scenarios, some of these people probably just signed up to play a particular sport, but they never really had a grounding in the sport. So it's all new to them. So they're actually learning while in competition, which is a strange development. But that's the reality of an event like this. So it's good that they at least making progress as they go along. So when they leave here, they will obviously feel as if there's some level of accomplishment personally and collectively. I tell you what, though, this performance here is probably going to give this young lady, Rebecca Sterling, tremendous confidence. She's serving well, and her continuation play and in fact her returns have been excellent. So if anybody is going to really benefit a lot from this, would be her. I think her confidence will be very high to know that she's contributing to the team goals and helping. She's not just surviving there, she's actually excelling with her serves and with her play. There it is, 11-2 is the final score. So game, set and match as The St. Augustine, the pair of Rebecca Sterling and Priyanka Kilawan completed a comprehensive 3-0 win on sets over the Five Rivers pair of Joel Joseph and Samira Mussington. So that is the first hurdle cleared. Now it's singles action coming up, and we will see Abai Lal coming up against Micah Roberts in the men's singles. And again, take a look at Micah Roberts, who I believe has grown. There's confirmation, 3-0 on sets. And remember, if that number continues to grow and it gets to 8, then they will stop the match, because 8 is an unassailable advantage. Because if you calculate, they're all playing 3 sets, and you have 5 categories. You have women's doubles, men's singles, women's singles, men's doubles, and mixed doubles. They all carry 3 sets. So that will be 15 sets in all. And if you get to 8, it means your opponent could only get to 7. So once you reach 8, it means you won the tie. So it makes no sense playing the others. That's why we've had so many matches that only reach up to the women's singles, because by then, again, it would have been somewhere in the region of 9 sets played. And if one team already has 8, or even the mix or the men's doubles, and because I think when Mona played St. Augustine won the ladies doubles, but didn't win anything after that. So it went down to that one set in the men's doubles, which Mona won and secured an 8-1 advantage and secured the tie. So that kind of clears up the picture there for those of you who might be looking on, sometimes wondering why certain things. But I was also making a point on Micah Roberts. Again, here's a young man who has some idea of playing table tennis, but again, it's just like raw talent. And while he might have a better grasp of how to serve and return and what have you, he didn't have an expansive game per se. But as the tournament went along, you saw him, after almost every match, he would try to get a knock with the same players who defeated him, players who he felt were better than he was. And he wanted to learn from them, probably pick their brains, at the same time talk to them and find out a little bit about how to do, what to do in certain situations. And you could see the growth in his game as he, obviously in an environment where he's probably playing every day or every other day. And that in itself is something that he probably wouldn't get at home. So he obviously likes the idea of competing. And that is much too high over the net. I'm surprised he didn't slam it before. Lal. He's leaving it over the net way too high. That's prime target there for an aggressive player to really unleash the slam time and again, because the ball is so high over the net. It's just sitting up there asking to be hit. And again, and so it's just one follows the other, because when he serves and then when he returns, he's returning it so tentatively or so casually that there's no real pace in his returns. So the ball is just kind of sitting up there over the table and allowing his opponent free swing at it. So once he learns how to keep the ball down. See, look at how it turns it. It just sort of hops on the table and just sits up there. And like I say, Lal is probably not the most aggressive of players. A more aggressive player, from the time he serves, it will be coming back at him like a bullet because of the height at which it's coming up over the table. And I suppose the best example of that would be somebody like Imani, who serves very, very low over the net. You have to respect it because there's no height for you to work with. And plus it's a lot of pace and a lot of spin. So Lal kind of getting warmed up, getting into his game a little bit more. It's already up 8-3. Does have a good serve. Saw the opening, but the execution. Talking about a whole body swing there. Spun right around. So 1 away now from the first set. Seven to 10. Roberts serving. And again, once it's that high, it's easy. So 11-7, the first set to Abai Lal. For 1-0 cushion. So it means now that St. Augustine are up 4 sets to love. And halfway there. So should they win this tie 3-0, that would give them 6 sets. And it means that the women's singles would pretty much determine the tie. In terms of sets. So here we go, second set. And if you look at Roberts' reaction, he's very quick on his forehand side. His body kind of curls there. So if it goes to backhand, he then has to make almost a full maneuver onto his backhand side. And that's well done on his side. So it's just how we frame up, and I suppose this is the technical part of the game where coaches will look at and kind of work out how to attack the opponents. That's a much better serve. But again, it's the return that sits up and allows Lal to just go through. We saw, I'm sure it's Lynn from Jamaica, and he would be slamming that every time. From the time it comes off the racket, he is ready to go because he's ultra aggressive, and he wouldn't even be a return on his part in terms of after the serve. It's every time it's served, he's going to be slamming because that's kind of like his nature, and maybe why he's probably not the number one on the Mona team, not because of his ability or lack thereof, but because it's just his whole approach. It's all about aggression, and he's not going to waste an opportunity to uncork a slam. So 6-2, Lal serving, trying to open up a 2 sets to love lead here, or rather to give his team a 2 sets to love lead and add to the already burgeoning tally of sets in this tie. think Lal is looking for a little workout now. He's kind of eased off a little bit and just allowing Roberts to kind of get into his game. (3-8). Roberts to serve, which is a much better serve. See how low it is when it goes over the table, barely brushing the net. So you can't slam that. It's when his returns are so, one is slow, and it's called a genteel. So there it is, 11-3, the second set. Lal well on his way here, and St. Augustine also. They're up 5-0 now, and looking in pretty good shape at the moment. So 11-3, that second set. And just to the right, you could see the confirmation. It's 5-0. Remember, they get to 8, and they will win the tie. Now, if Lal wins the next set, that will make it 6-0. It means in the women's singles, which is to follow, and playing women's singles today would be Priyanka Kilawan. So she could actually win the tie for St. Augustine if she could win 2 sets. But that then depends on if Lal completes a 3-0 sweep here in this particular rubber. So here we go. Third set, Roberts serving first. The man in green. And there's that slam. It's available every time. And I think Roberts has to figure out a way how to keep his returns down and not allow them to just sit up on the table. Plus, there is no pace on him, so that's kind of the double jeopardy that he's working with there. And there it is again. So Lal well on his way here now, 3-1. And that's a lovely put away there to make it 3-2. Again, Lal is just kind of setting him up because he knows he's going to serve it over the table or return it. And there it is again. If he wanted to, he could go with the slam. And he just waited one extra knock. So 4-2 now. And that is just Lal being a sportsman and a gentleman, just allowing his teammate. He's even playing with his left hand now, and there he is, showing his full repertoire. And again, that was prime for the slam there. Now he decides to do it, but so you could just see, and I think Roberts knows that too, because it's almost like he can't help himself. He just doesn't know how to keep it down when he returns them like that. So here he is again, just allowing it to persist. He could easily slam it. He's leaving it so that his opponent could make the mistake. And here he is, Roberts obliging him with the error. but at least he's getting to feel the ball on the racket, and there's no better teacher than that, than when you hit it and it goes back over the table, and it does that consistently. And so that's all of that is part of his learning here. It's up to him now when he goes home to continue in that vein and just try to develop and hone his skills. So who knows, maybe the next time we see him, he might be a totally different player, a much better player, a much more difficult opponent to play against. And that's because he would have done the work. So it's one away now, Lal, 10-5. Can Roberts persist? And he cannot. That's it. 11-5 it is at the end of the third set. So it's a 3-0 win for Lal over Roberts. And it means that St. Augustine have jumped out to a 6-0 lead on sets. And like I said, they could easily close it off here now when Priyanka takes to the table. So here we go again as we have the ladies singles taking place here now between Priyanka Kilawan and Jewel Joseph. And it's very comfortable indeed. And Aaron Edwards has just slipped in next to us here. We're going to talk to him a little bit later on. Well, after this tie is over, it looks like he's well on his way, St. Augustine. And a lovely point put away there by Joel Joseph, Ken, who's really just what you might consider just a novice because she's just learning some of the rudiments of the game. It's just unfortunate that she's actually learning, as they say, on the job in competition. And that's probably one of the downsides. But hey, sometimes, the playing at the deep end, you either sink or you swim. And this might very well be the eye-opener for her, that she may want to get better and improve. And next time we see her, we see a totally different player, and you wonder what happened. But the genesis would have started right here at UE Spec. She gets a taste of what we call serious competition, and see how she develops. But even I was just making the point that even with the tosses, because they didn't even know how to toss the ball to serve, now you see them actually tossing the ball a little bit. So that's a first step, and it shows that they're learning as they go about. But I've also seen other players and even some of the officials talk to them about the serving, how to serve better, and how to do things in a particular way. And to their credit, they're actually picking it up. It might be a little bit unfamiliar to them. And this is the other part that I've noticed too. Like, Priyanka is not trying to force the issue. She's just playing and allowing her to play as well. Those are like baby steps, but at least she's feeling the ball coming off the racket and actually landing on the table at the other end. So that alone will give her confidence. But it's at 2. She loses 11-2 to Priyanka to end the first set. Nothing unusual there. St. Augustine now go up 7-0. So should Priyanka win the next set, which is expected, then St. Augustine would win the tie 8-0. There'll be no need to even continue this second set, or rather continue the match. They'll go to a third set. They will eventually end the match at 8-0. It's kind of like a mercy rule, but it's really it's rooted in maths. If they get 8, the opponents can't get to 8 again. The best they could hope for is 7, and they'll still lose. So Priyanka could make it a relatively easy day for St. Augustine by completing victory in this set, the second set here against the young lady Joel Joseph. And that's where some of the, I suppose, either when she gets anxious, or she feels she has to win or do something, kind of the old habits just kind of creep back in with the old serves and things that she probably came here doing. So again, once more, Priyanka is not forcing the issue. She's just playing, or just responding to what it is Jewel is serving at her. And it's just playing. She's just allowing her to play, and every so often she will make an error. So it's not like you want to rub it in their faces. They're allowing her to play. Let her do what she feels comfortable doing, and then eventually something is going to give. And as is often the case, 6-2 or 2-6 now. Jewel serves. And again, you look at her forehand with those returns because that's what she's practicing. So she's getting good at that, just trying to return it and covering the ball nicely. But it's when she has to expand beyond that is where it's going to take time and it's going to take a lot of work and practice. So she sees, but the good thing is that she's seeing what is happening here. So one away now is Priyanka, 3-10. And there it is. So 11-3 is the final, and that essentially is game, set, and match because it means it's 8-0 in terms of sets, and St. Augustine would have wrapped up the tie 8-0 and chalk up another win. So this gives us a good opportunity. All right, so a comprehensive victory here for the St. Augustine team over the Five Islands, and they will celebrate, no doubt. But more importantly, the man responsible for putting together this team, of course, is Aaron Edwards. And Aaron, congratulations this morning. I know it's early morning, but you've had to do that now for some time. Tell me a little bit about this whole experience. But before you told me about it, tell me about Sterling. And because I felt she looked very relaxed this morning, and it wasn't like she was a passenger on the team or somebody who just plugged in there. She actually won points, served well, and was a very good compliment to Priyanka.
Yeah, morning everyone. But Priyanka, the entire team has pedigree. A lot of the players that you see representing the St. Augustine campus has played for their countries. They have played for their countries sometime at some division. So you have Messiah, who played represented Trinidad and Tobago on the 11 and on the 13 level, and Rebecca also represented Trinidad on the 11, on the 13, on the 15, and on the 19. Turaya, she represented Guyana at national level also, and then we have Priyanka, who was actually a Caribbean medalist, gold medalist at under 13 and under 15 level 3 times. Yeah, so we have Abailal, who also represented Trinidad and Tobago for the first time this year at the Caribbean Senior Championships, and then we have Luke Oyong, who's the team captain, who has won gold for Trinidad. He was a member of the team that won gold in 2016 at the Caribbean Junior Championships, and he's also a Caribbean Junior silver medalist in 2017.
So a lot of that. Now, what are your thoughts? Now, we were discussing the tournament, the format, and everything else. What are your thoughts on how this pans out? Because what we notice is that there are big gaps in terms of the levels. Because like Five Islands, as you just played here, naturally they are not up to that level of several of your local players, but it's a good experience for them. It's a good eye-opener for them as well.
Yeah, well, the sport is growing, definitely growing, and we know that the country that they represent, I think, is Antigua, St. Kitts, Dominica. They are not traditionally known for their table tennis, like a high level of table tennis in recent times. So it's good to actually see that they have players coming through, because you don't even see them with a team at the Caribbean events, Caribbean Championships.
Right.
So I hope this is a start for them and developing table tennis in their country.
And what about the tournament itself, the overall
They've-
tournament?
they've-
We've seen some really outstanding. I know you had a tough game against Mona last
Mona.
time out.
Mhm.
KFL is also pretty impressive. What are your thoughts?
Well, Jamaica really came prepared this year. They came with two national males and two national female players. This is actually the first time St. Augustine have lost since 2013.
Right.
Yeah. It was a tough loss. Some of the players still taking it to heart. Yeah, they're disappointed because they really wanted to win the goal. But that is sports. You win some, you lose some. You just
True.
need to go back to the drawing board and come back stronger 2 years from now.
And how about the sport locally now? Where are we with that? Are we seeing like more talent coming through? I know Imani, she has been around for a while, but she's still a very young lady. So where are we with that part of it?
Right now, we have a lot of good, talented players coming through. We have a young Zidan Sagram Singh, Everly McKenna. We have Zuri Hadaya. We have a lot of young players coming through. Recently had the team winning a number of medals. We have the young Chloe Fraser,
Right.
who is now a world top junior, top 100 in the world. And we still also have the older players, or more mature players still playing at a high level, like the Rian Chung, the Kalias Garalis, and they're in the 30s, maybe 40s.
But they're still capable.
Still very competitive. This year, Khalil, he qualified for the CAC games. Yeah, and then we still have a lot of players that is participating outside. A lot of players outside, living, playing, and studying, like Darren Douglas, who recently won the American collegiate title with his school, Texas Wesleyan University. Then we have Aaron Wilson, who's also living and competing in Norway, I believe, or Denmark, one of those two countries. I think it's Norway. And
those are countries where table tennis is like a major
correct.
sport.
I think the only thing that's kind of keeping back the sport of table tennis here in Trinidad is funding. Yeah, I think all the parties involved have to do a lot more to raise funds for the development of the game, further development. Because now what you'll find is a lot of the countries that we're going to compete against have players living and playing professionally in Europe. So it's not like before where everybody was on a even playing ground.
Right.
The playing field has changed. Now where the entire Mexican team, Puerto Rican team, outside, and then you have the smaller countries that we used to beat, like the St. Lucia, Barbados, countries like those now, have players also outside in Germany, playing in Portugal. So when they come back, they have a edge over us.
Strong team, yeah, it certainly does. But that, and of course our club system here is also, because one thing I like is that the clubs are involved because they're the ones who post in tournaments and keeping, I suppose it's an annual thing. You host one, the other body hosts one, and what have you. And then you have your bowls, you have your Silver Bowl and some of the other major tournaments that we've had over the year. But is that enough, or do we need a lot more than that?
No,
apart from the funding part of it,
we need a
in
lot
terms of
more.
the competition part.
We need a lot more tournaments also. But without funding, it's also difficult to have those tournaments because the players need to be motivated to play for something. A lot of the top players, they have their families and stuff going on. So you wouldn't find a working guy who has family motivated to play a tournament for free.
Yeah, for free, I know what you mean, and there's no benefit.
No benefit.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let me thank you again. Thanks so much, Aaron, for stopping by, and congratulations here. And of course, who knows, maybe by the next time the games roll around, you'll be in a better shape in terms of your numbers and in terms of the quality of players that you have.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I hope so too. A lot of players, good young players, will be coming in, signing up for UE this year and next year. So let's see how it goes.
All right, great. Thanks and congratulations again. So that was the coach of the St. Augustine team after they completed a comprehensive 8-0 victory over the Five Islands. Table tennis action kicking us off here at UE Games 2026 on the final day, today being Friday. And welcome back to our continued coverage here on UE Global and 360 TV as we continue our coverage of UE Games 2026. We're getting down to the final set of matches, and today the final day of competition, and we're certainly looking forward to this one. This is the decider in the men's volleyball championships between Mona, undefeated at 3-0, and St. Augustine, also undefeated at 3-0. So something's got to give, as they say, in this one. So best of luck to both teams, and I know both teams are primed for this. In fact, they've been looking forward to this one ever since. They would have each had victories over Cave Hill, of course Global, and Five Islands, and now they face each other in what could be one of the marquee matchups of the tournament. So it really is. They've been blowing out everybody 3-0. Somehow I don't think this one is going to be a 3-0 result. Will it get to 5? Only time will tell. Both teams loaded with good blockers, good servers, and excellent athletes spread all over the court. It's really now about who has the best game and who's really fine-tuned and ready for this one. So here we go. And it's an opportunity for the captain first up to get them started, Rob. And just a little off speed there, but Isaac gives St. Augustine the first point of the match and an opportunity to serve. And that responsibility now falls to Martin. Good early serve, and there is the block set up nicely by the two big men out in the middle there, Grant and Kwame. So 2-0, and Martin to serve again. Good serve, good quick serve. Kept alive, and the big fella Grant really hammering that one down to give St. Augustine a 3-0 cushion. Kept alive. And wide it goes, so 4-0. Mocha haven't really settled, and it's probably going to take them a little while. And so here we go now. Can he make it 5 in a row? It's another good serve, and just reaching over there. In reality, he probably took it as a fraction too soon. And it's now 4-1, and you thought Grant probably should have tried to smash it instead of just trying to tip it over, but he probably just took it a little too much over the net. Excellent block again from Hastings. He's been one of the standouts for Mona. Side out to Mona, and of course it's this man, James. He has been very outstanding, as is the big fella coming through the middle again, Gabriel Isaac. One of the unsung heroes of this team. He's been very efficient throughout, coming up with big points at critical times. That's going to take some setting. So again, a net call there. So another side out to 5-4 now, or 4-5, serving Mona. Make that 6-4. Isaac again with the kill. So this game, of course, carrying a lot riding on this. Bragging rights for the next couple of years until the next edition. And just dropping out Kwame. Just a little too long. Probably didn't hit it as well as he wanted to. You just see it spinning as it left his hand. Again, everything you do, you cannot touch the net unless you're playing the ball. That one kind of straddled the net there, but even though it fell over, because it rolled along the netting and then fell over, it goes to St. Augustine. Just a little too long again, and making it 7 apiece now. So side out to Kenneth Roy Clark to serve. And tipped at the line. Opportunity again, and just coming down now. So Muna's their first lead. Again, the net. So make that 9-7 now, Muna. And again, a couple of points, not in open play in the sense, but infringements at the net. So obviously, so a lot, I'm sure, will be riding on this discussion here. So hopefully Coach Drake's hoping that this timeout settles his team down and get them settled. And this time, no recovery there. And of course, Muna bringing in the big fella, Tolo, to see if he could help them. And that one stays in, but it's just dropping out. And good block, 10-8 now. Mona back in control. And it's Tolo to serve. 10-8 in this, the decider. And the big fella again, Grant, very alert at the net to make it 9-10. Both coaches heavily engaged there and kept alive. And this time Butcher into the net. So it's back at 2, 11-9 now. Timeout going to Muna. Make that 12-9 now. Again, just a mishandling at the net. That's where they need to sort out. Mona is a little more polished at the net in terms of their combination plays. St. Augustine still a little bit uncertain sometimes in terms of who's going to do what. And no uncertainty about that put away from Shamar James. Very alert, and he's coming on his strong side, so that makes it very difficult. And 13-9 now. And here goes the captain, Rob. Big put away once again from the big fella in the middle, Kwame. And from that range, very difficult to deny him. In fact, for most of the players up there standing over 6 feet, it's difficult at that range to keep them out. And again, he's going to try. So make it 14-10. Now Mona with a nice lead now, 4 points. Make that 5 at 15-10. And kept alive. And 16-10 now, and it seems as if Martin has hurt his hand, his finger or something, because he was noticeably wringing it, and there he is getting some spray applied to it, and hence the reason why he was so late in trying to get into position to set the ball. And but Mona taking full advantage of some errant play on the part of St. Augustine, and they now have a nice 6-point lead in this first set. And the thing is, you don't want to, while it's not sort of a death knell, but you know you would love to win the first set. It's probably better playing from in front than it is playing from behind in a decider like this one. So you want to be in front as much as possible, point by point and then set by set. So still some ways to go, but we'll see if they're able to regain control of the game. Right now it's all in St. Augustine's hands. Put away again, brilliant work once more at the net. Good service, a little bit of off speed really from him, because he's normally the one to pong it down and just much too wide, no deflection, so it stays 17-11. So they're maintaining that 6-point cushion, Muna, as they get closer and closer to 25. Who gets there first? They're 6 points up. And again, Isaac missing out there. He's normally very efficient from that angle because you could see him going cross court on his strong side. And that's a gift right there, because once you have Tolo that close to the net, unprotected really, couldn't even get a chance to set up the block. So 19-11 now. Okay, you could just see the gaps in the defense, much too spread out, and the block not in time. So an easy view for the spiker to see where the gaps are. 20-11. Make that 21-11 now. So Mona 4 away from the first set. St. Augustine have dug themselves a deep, deep hole here. They were up 4-1, and they've not really settled since. And make that 21-11. And things have gone really wrong for them. They haven't been able to capitalize on their own sets. And that's more like it. Should be 22-12 or 12-22. Kwame to serve. And this is where Mona has been more consistent. They've just kept their serves in play. They haven't tried to go for anything too extravagant. And they're relying on this man to get them going. He's really the finisher. The others kind of build momentum, and then he comes in, Tolo, and just finishes off everything. And again, he had the block there, but still 13-23. And Mona 2 points away from taking this first set. St. Augustine with a mountain to climb here. Now 1 away from taking the first set. The men in red from Mona. And it's Kenneth Roy Clark to do the honors. And they're asking for a check on the rotations. St. Augustine, just so they can make sure and get their alignments in order so that they don't miss out or concede easy points or an easy point. It's only 1 point that Mona needs to secure the first set, and that will just help to relax them and settle them down a little bit, knowing that they have that cushion. Not that they're going to take the foot off the gas, but just the idea that you have the lead means that you could just relax a little bit and just play and execute the plan a little bit better, because you already tasted some success and would love to build some more on that. So now the strong side. So again, they're almost as if they're just trying to make sure who is where, because they're probably going to try to target the libero here. Let's see where Kenneth Roy Clark serves, and but they're just trying to get some help next to him. So here we go now, 13 to 24, and after all of that, he serves long. So in a way, they sort of iced him, and when it was all said and done, he probably was a little confused as to where exactly he wanted to serve. And so the little delay probably worked in his favor, in St. Augustine's favor. Now can they start to claw their way back? They're down by 10, and eventually it's blocked out of bounds, and that will be the first set, 25 to 14 is the first set, going in favor of Mona as they try to clinch this title here, the volleyball title. Already we've had the Mona team taking the table tennis title. We saw the table tennis this morning, and we're seeing quite a number of players and bodies around, coming with crutches and with slings and bandages and what have you. So quite a few of the athletes would have suffered injuries, and now feeling the effects of those. And this is the tail end, so you don't want to be going home with an injury of any kind. Even though it might be a minor injury, you really want to leave Trinidad in good health, perfect health. Not perfect, because when you play at a high level, you're never 100%. There's always something hurting. It's a toe, a nail, a heel, the knee is banged up, the muscle is sore, the ankle is painful. It's always something, but you don't want a major injury, and because it's not just what is happening here, but it's also what happens when you get home, because it may mean some downtime, rehabilitation, and what have you. But here, a lot of discussion, a lot of talking. Teams are trying to make some kind of a rebound here. But Mona took the first set 25 to 14, and now they are looking to see if they could continue that momentum by taking the second set. So here we go with the first serve of the second set. And And kept alive nicely now. And it's long on that occasion. Just missing out there is Hastings. You don't miss too many. So originally it looked like it was St. Augustine's ball, but that has been changed. And now they give it right back to them. Still alive. And eventually a lot of misplay at the net, but eventually they will claim it. And that makes it 2-1 now to Mona. And a little deflection there takes that one out to make it 2 apiece. Should be interesting to see how St. Augustine responds to losing the first set. They haven't lost too many in this tournament so far. And it'll be interesting to see if their whole philosophy changes or whether they're able to put things back in play. Kept alive. And just within out of bounds there. Big desperate effort there to try to keep it in by Clark. Just coming up a little bit short there. So 3-2 now, Kwame to serve. And again, I think it has to be where his foot ended up. He ended up way over the circle, and on the St. Augustine side of the net. 4-2 now. And make that 4-3. And in comes Tamale Tolo. Tolo, the big number 26, clogs up the middle for Mona. And that's not going to help. And it's just those little mental mistakes that could be the difference in games like these. You don't want to gift your opponents easy points. And kept alive nicely, still with an opportunity to reset. And of course another net infringement, 6-3. To St. Augustine. They got off to a fast start in the first set, but Mona kept plugging away and eventually took the lead and never relinquished it. I'm sure they're thinking a similar thing here, just to stay in the game. And Hastings just tying his laces to, and that's way too long. Once again, the mental errors and the unforced errors really. just catching a lot of the net there, and no response. So make it 6-5. Here comes Mona. Handled nicely and blocked out of bounds for 6 apiece now. So it's the net play on both sides of the net that could be the difference. Still to reset, and not controlled very well there by Mugg. He's not the tallest figure out there, so he had to reach up for it. And that gives St. Augustine the lead once again at 7-6. It's just a 1-point lead. They're going to have to earn every point in this encounter. And skipper Butcher missing wide. And so we all square at 7 apiece now. And here comes Clark once more. Kenneth Roy Clark with the serve. And way off target there by Grant. Peter Grant was trying to really hammer that one, but he got under it instead of over it. And of course, the consideration is of the block itself that was being set up by Tolo. And there's no stopping that one. Once he comes down Main Street, it's almost money in the bank from Isaac. Came straight down the middle. Tied at 8. So this set is probably a little bit tighter, especially early on. And missing long. But once again, he had that strong side open to him. Just missed, but not by much. That makes it 9-8 now. So they're doing back and forth. Nobody's opening up any big leads. And here we go again with another long serve. Tolo to serve. It's not the most aggressive of serves. And really, again, the set, not the ideal set for Kwame. And much too low. It was probably under the net by the time he made contact. He would prefer it a lot higher. Tolo again. That's more like it from Grant. And when he gets that close to the net and is able to climb like that, it's almost impossible to defend it. 10 apiece. Martin now. It's not a bad serve. Here's the set now. And the deflection takes it away from the defense. And Mona back in front, 11-10. And here is the captain, Andre Robb, with the serve. And into the net it goes. And 10-12 or 12-10. And again, the coach not wanting things to get too much out of hand or to the lead to grow too much. Is just having a word just to re-emphasize what their plan is and how they're going to attack Mona. Mona, meanwhile, must be thinking, all right, we're where we want to be. We're the lead. Let's just maintain that lead now and keep things going. Don't try to overplay too much. And Coach O'Neill Ebanks must be a happy man. He doesn't really express himself too much. Coach Drakes, on the other hand, really is trying to urge his team to pick it up and cut out the sort of unforced errors that's costing them big time. Errors at the net, errors with serve, and errors with their combination plays. Stuff I'm sure they go through in practice every day in practice, I should say. Kept alive. And set up nicely there now for the kill, and blocked beautifully to make it 11-12. And again, the big fellas at the center of it all, Grant. (11-12). And blocked out of bounds. So back to a 2-point lead to Mona, 13-11. James. And just a little bit late in getting under that one there was Grant. So 14-11 now. James to serve. Again, Shavar James. (12-14). Kwame with the kill. And long, so that makes it 13-14 now. Mona in front, but St. Augustine to serve, could tie it here. It's a good serve. Set is not the best. Opportunity now. And that's brilliantly done again by the captain Butcher. And we're all tied at 14 apiece. So now Mona wants a timeout to talk things over. So game again just kind of seesawing, but this is a much tighter set than the first one. And I think this is what the fans were expecting, a real dogfight here between these two teams. Meanwhile, I could tell you Coco Gauff and Naomi Osaka and the British star Katie Boulter were among the players to react to the news of Serena Williams' potential tennis return. The 45-year-old retired from the sport following the 2022 US Open, seemingly bringing down the curtains on her illustrious career, which brought 39 Grand Slam titles across singles 23, women's doubles 14, and mixed doubles 2. Williams has been free to return to action since February after completing 6 months in the anti-doping testing pool. Still here, chance now, and that is just a little deflection on the way through to make it 15-14 to Mona. And just to continue with that thing, of course, that was a requirement for players before they are reinstated. And reports yesterday said the American is set to make a return by playing doubles at the Queen's tournament. And not the finish that Butcher wanted. James trying to get it there, but 16 now to 2. So yes, Serena Williams is set to play doubles at the Queen's in London next month, following the footsteps of her sister and former doubles partner Venus, who made her tennis return in July of last year. Set and just wide. So those are the areas where St. Augustine have really sort of shot themselves in the foot. They've had good looks, they just haven't been able. They're just an inch wide here or inch long, or they've done themselves harm at the net. Not this time. brilliantly put away again by Martin coming up on that far side, on the weak side. (15-17) now. And it's down. Really, they thought it was out there. He was looking at it, Clark. And it just clipped the line on the way through to bring them within one now, 16-17. The big fella kept it alive, but that's good work. And into the net it goes. Grant was trying to really put the kill on that one, but it came down too much. So it's now back up to 2 to Mona. And they're still trying to keep it in there, but cannot. And Butcher, who did well at the net initially, then found themselves falling backwards and couldn't complete the defensive play. So it's Mona by 3 now, 19-16. So players just trying to clean up the floor as best as possible. Don't want to be slipping and sliding out there. So 19-16. There it is, just wide, and makes it 20-16 now. So Mona again, last like in the first set, they've been able to ease away late. And now 5 away in this second set. And that 2 is long. So 21-16, a 5-set lead. And Coach Drakes wants a timeout so that he could discuss things here. Because just like in the first set, the second set, Mona just a little more consistent. And St. Augustine, some erratic play, stepping in at the wrong time. And just to finish that tennis story with you, as the news of the all-time great potentially returning worked its way around Roland Garros, a number of stars were asked to give their thoughts. 4-time Grand Slam champion Naomi Osaka said that while she doesn't get particularly excited by tennis news, Williams' potential return is something she will have eyes on. So we'll see how that goes. Here we go. Now, Mona, can they keep it going? And it's now 17-21 as that one is blocked out of bounds. Good set again, and returning the favor at the net there is Martin. So his block goes out of bounds. So Mona continues to lead here in the second set. Remember, they won the first set 25-14, and they're 3 away here. And again, once Grant puts his hands on it, good things happen for St. Augustine. 18-22 now, so 4 behind still. And Mona 3 away from securing the second set. So St. Augustine may have to be flawless the rest of the way here. No margin for error. And again, nobody's stopping that because once James gets a free look like that, and a quick substitution being made here, Tolo is going to take his exit and replaced by Green. Andrew Green gets his first taste. and immediately gets the serve. Grant keeps it alive. And again it's into the net. So it's those mental errors that continues to plague most teams, including St. Augustine. And at this time, it's not the moment that you want to perpetuate that in your play. And just coming up the middle again is Gabriel Isaac, to bring them to within 5, 19-24. And like I said, there is no margin for error now for St. Augustine. So they not allowed. They didn't allow them to make the substitution. Are they going to do it now? We'll see. So Mona 1 away from a 2-sets-to-love lead. So here we go now. Coming on is Marcus Phillip. Butcher gets a breather. (19-24) is where it stands now as we get set to resume after that little delay. And it's a good flat serve. James, and not able to hold it in. So that's the second set, 25-19. So Mona now with a 2-0 cushion, and they are certainly well on their way here to securing the volleyball title, but they have one set to secure this tie. Do they get it in 3 straight, or will St. Augustine find a way back into this game? Their fans are trying to urge them on here, as they've done time and time again. Had a big crowd here a couple nights ago for the big basketball clash, which St. Augustine won. And of course put their hands up as basketball champs. And now their volleyballers are trying to follow that kind of an outcome, but it's going to take a bigger effort because they're down by a 2-0 margin with 3 sets to play if it goes that far. So both teams unbeaten at 3-0, and now it's a situation here where St. Augustine are in a must-win situation. They must win the rest of the way. It's as simple as that. And it's going to take near flawless volleyball to accomplish that. It's tough to see, but it's not impossible. But it's hard to see Mona relinquishing a 2-0 lead on sets and allow St. Augustine back in this game. But like we say, where there's a will, there is a way. And they still have to play the points. And that's the beauty of sport. On any given day, you just don't know what will happen. So St. Augustine now, with their backs against the wall, have to find some kind of a resolve. More importantly, they have to find somebody to ignite this team with a series of winners and solid defense. So they go back with the original starting five, or starting six rather. With Grant clogging up the middle, hoping to get them off to another fast start, but this time to hold on to that lead. So here we go for the third set, and with all to play for St. Augustine, there is no tomorrow. This is it for them. Can they fight through the disappointing first two sets and overcome a sluggish start? Doesn't start well for them. Gonzalez, he's had his difficulties all tournament long, and it resurfaces right there. And I'm sure that Mona is aware of that, so they're probably going to try to pepper him with serves right in his direction. This time he gets it done, and Grant to the rescue. So one apiece, and Martin, Jackie Martin, to try to do the honors. And again, those are not difficult serves, so you cannot be making those errors in a game that you must win. And you have to be more clinical than that. In fact, you have to be more concentrated than that. If you look at the Jamaican serves, they're not really serving the ball with any great deal of venom. They're just trying to get it in play and then playing off of the serves. And if anybody is trying anything more exorbitant, is James, and even he has cut out the big expansive serves and is just going to keep it in play and then allow his defense to work for him, as was the case there with Hastings again at the net, doing great work. Once more. And that one just caught the end line. Grant once more, trying to keep his team in it. Now can he get a good serve down? He has a big expansive serve, but I don't think that is necessary now. He has to be better focused. And in fact, he's going for the simple serve, which proves to be quite a bit as well. And another infringement at the net, but we've seen that so many times. And now Mona off to a fine start, 5-3 with Neal. Jante Neal to do the honors. Kept alive at the net and still alive. And it's just that reaction there. Rob would love to get that back because he was right there. He just didn't pick up the line as the ball just died in front of him. On comes Mugg to bolster the defense. And he gets into play right away. And Tolo into the net. You don't see that too often from the big fella. More importantly, it's 4-5 now. St. Augustine trying to get back on an even keel here. And again, Grant had it and then he didn't. 6-4. Hastings again with the put away. Applying power to go along with accuracy. Grant with the feed. And just a little finesse there from Butcher. We've seen that many times in the tournament, and very few teams have been able to counter it. Lovely but just can't keep it out. Initially, the block was a good one from Gonzalez, but the follow-up just wasn't there for him to keep that alive and maybe set it for a level tying point or tying point. Grant. Brilliant work once again from Butcher. Back to within one. St. Augustine. Now is the time when they need to really dig deep here now and focus. And still alive. So there is some confusion as to whose point it is. The point was given to St. Augustine. So they're arguing that the ball didn't go over the net, it went at the side of the net. And the point is given to St. Augustine. So and just wide. So it's back to 7-8. Another unforced error. Tolo, 8-7. And just misses. And it's 9-7 now. Tolo hoping to continue this trend. It's not a difficult serve. Again, they've all simplified their serves. They're just trying to get the ball in play and let the defense do the rest. Didn't work on that occasion, but you could just see what the approach is, as opposed to several of the St. Augustine players who are still insisting on going for the big serves, when in reality in a game like this you just want to get it in play and not give away simple points. Kept alive, and a double touch from Grant. So it's 10-8, Mona in front. Kept alive, and again it was seeing a double touch. So Captain Rob is having a word with the referee. Again, trying to get clarification as to why that point was given to St. Augustine. So both teams have been questioning the referee's court. And again, the rotation is off. It's 10 apiece. So now another reason to get clarification here as they ask for the rotation. So 10 apiece it is, and Ebanks not happy. The first time I'm seeing him react in the tournament so far because he knows what is at stake here. So a little moment of contention here. The fans are loving it though, especially those supporting St. Augustine. And of course with the corresponding response from the Mona supporters. So prior to this it was St. Augustine who was questioning a double tap call. Now Mona is also questioning a similar type of call. So, but here we go. I think it's all sorted out now. We're still tied at 10 apiece. Ebanks still a little hot under the collar, but the referees have sorted it out and it will stay at 10 apiece. And here they go now. And just a little too strong there, the deflection to take it way beyond everyone. 11-10, Mona to serve. So this third set has really been contentious because there's so much riding on this. If they win it in 3 straight. If St. Augustine wins it, we go to a 4th set. And that's a double pump there. So now we have a similar thing because there were like 2 offenses here. It was a double pump on James who was serving, and but now they're saying it's an alignment fault on St. Augustine. So it's contention everywhere. So 12-10. And that's much too long there. Again, not enough height. You have to know the man who you're serving, who you're setting to, and you give it to Grant at as high as possible and let him dictate where he wants to go with it. But once again, Mona just easing away, taking advantage of errors on the part of St. Augustine. This time, St. Augustine gets the point. 11-13 now. So now St. Augustine quite correctly are asking for an alignment check. They were penalized a short while ago, so they don't want to just gift away simple points. So now that they are satisfied, here we go again. And just that deflection takes it wide, takes it long, and it's back up by 3 now, 14-11. St. Augustine can't put together a sustained run here. Mona just finding answers at every turn. Kept alive, and again, infringement at the net. So another timeout now. 15-11 it is. Mona up by 4. St. Augustine just unable to get close and stay close. Mona just finding the answers at critical times, and their problem solving is so much better than St. Augustine's at the critical stages. Certainly gives them every opportunity here to close this game out. At 3, the 4 away now, the 4 ahead now, and 7. 15-11. And just reaching up there, Tullow. Again, the part now is that every call is going to be questioned, because the players on both teams have kind of lost confidence right now in terms of the officials, but they cannot allow that to derail their concentration. They just have to keep playing and keep setting, keep doing all the things that they've been doing so well, and not allow too much to get away from them. So 13-15 now, they're back within 2. And Kwame, he just needs a simple serve. He doesn't need a big serve, just to get it in, and then rely on your defense to put it long. Tullow misses. So 14-15, and now Ebanks wants a timeout for Mona, and that's because the players are just not as focused as they were, and that's because of the sort of back and forth with the officials. I think it's having a little bit of a negative effect, and he doesn't want it to fester for too long. So he's done the smart thing. He's called a timeout, not so much to change any plans or anything like that, but just to get them focused, refocused, and to just quiet them down a little bit. Let them know that they're not out of it. They still have the lead, and they just need to finish the job here now, and don't allow what has gone in the past to kind of derail all the hard work that they've put in so far, and all the good work that they've put in so far. So which is smart coaching. Sometimes you don't even have to say a word. Just let them let out the steam and then move on. So here we go. Opportunity to set this one and taken brilliantly. So all knotted now at 15. Another monster kill from Isaac, going down the weak side. The defense was set up for the cross court on the strong side, but he went down the line on the weak side. Money in the bank. Isaac again with a good serve, just to keep it in play. Hastings blocked at the net, and again, this time he tries to go on his weak side, but misses. So now St. Augustine, down 4 a short while ago, they're up by 1 now. And Kwame has been serving very well. Again, another good serve, relying on his defense here. Down the middle, and it goes down. So now 17-15 in favor of St. Augustine. Things have turned around here nicely for St. Augustine. And now it is Mona looking for answers. Can they just keep their cool here and not allow things to get away from them too far? And that always helps. It's Hastings and Tullow at the net with the rejection. 17-16 or 16-17 now. And just wide. So again he had it, he just missed it. So that is 17 apiece now. Mona replying. 17-17. Here's Hastings. Just kept in. Grant to set it once more. And again, just going down the line. Again, he missed it a short while ago. This time he made absolutely certain. And it's 18-17 now, Mona trailing. St. Augustine looking to add for more. And he does. Another brilliant serve from Gabriel Isaac. Back-to-back points by him. Makes it 19-17 now. And again, he's going down that far side all the time. And it's block kept alive. Can he set it? Grant just plays it. The set was a little too center. And into the net it goes. James, for once, misses out. And it's 20-17. And Mona wants another timeout. So Ebanks not taking any chances. Realizes that there's a little cohesion problem right now with his arrangement. So he's trying to probably get the right alignment back out there. And just to let them know that this is the time you really have to play solid defense and ride the hot hands. Hastings, James, and Tullo. You don't want anybody else trying anything too spectacular. Just let the big men feed. So you ride the hot hands of the men who got you there, and don't try to do anything out of the ordinary. This is not the time to be too inventive or too risky. That's a little long, and it is. And just missing out there. And just as we're talking about concentration, and you don't want to just want to get the serve in and ride your defense. Let's see what happens now with Henry. His first serve too is just falling in, kept alive, and again just touching it. And again you're seeing every point now somebody's questioning something of the officials, and that's how this set has really turned up. There's a lot of intensity here. Players want it badly. It's kept alive nicely by Grant. So here's the set, and the big fella just couldn't get it away. Again, Tullo at the net there doing good work for Mona. 21-19 it is now, or 19-21. And the substitution is made, so on comes Green, and he's under pressure here to get this serve in, coming off the bench and being asked to serve. But again, it's just to simplify it and make sure that it is in play, just to keep it in play and allow your defense to take you through. And he does well. Kept alive. Too long. And everybody is seeking a deflection, but none was given. 22-19. And Lorenzo Pierce, who has had a good tournament, but he too is under pressure to get this serve in and make it count. That's a good serve. Still staying alive, but Mona back within two at 20-22 serving. And this is kind of like more like what people expected this contest to be, each and every set. But Mona still have that 2-0 lead, and they're still in the third. Can they put together a run of their own now? And Rob, the captain, with the serve. And does very well. 23-20. The big tomahawk from Grant. Peter Grant. loading up and exploding through that one. 2 away now, St. Augustine. And blocked, still kept alive nicely. Can they do the business at the net again? And he does it wide. So that makes it 24-20. St. Augustine 1 away. And again, just get the serve in. You don't have to get an ace, you just want to get it in play. And this one kept in nicely. And blocked, kept alive. Still playing. Still playing. Set. And it's much too long. There was no deflection. So 24-21 or 21-24 now, and it's that man Hastings, or James rather, to serve. Kept alive now, so opportunity here, and just a simple tap in by Hastings gives them the point. 22-24 now, they're within 2. Remember, you have to win by 2, so it's still all to play for. Kept alive and backing in there, so 23-24. So whatever the complaint, and now it's St. Augustine who is complaining that there was a reach over the net. But the point stays. So 23-24. And everybody is asking for the third umpire review. Unfortunately, we don't have that here. The 2 officials have had a difficult job here. There's some tight calls. And of course, players on both teams and their supporters I've always agreed with them. So, 23-24. This could be set point for St. Augustine, or they could be all square after this one. Now, can they set it? And there it is. That makes it 25-23. We go to a 4th set. So this is kind of like more like what they would have been anticipating. A real seesaw battle, but tight throughout. Can St. Augustine pull off the near impossible by winning 3 straight sets? They had to win the 3rd, they've done that. Now, can they relax and win the 4th? Or will Mona really repel their best efforts? It's set up nicely here for a tense 4th set. But like we said, players on both teams are not totally at ease, but their angst should be not with the officials, but with their opponents. Both teams have weapons, but both teams have made errors. St. Augustine more so, but they still are in this, so they have to, as they say, try to cut out those errors and just keep playing. And you could see the animation on both in both teams. They know what is at stake here. maybe Mona right now are probably a little rattled and just trying to regain their composure. They had a 2-0 lead, and now that is just a 1-set lead, but more importantly, they're just 1 set away. So despite all that is happening, St. Augustine's still in a must-win situation. They must win this set to level things at 2 apiece and set up a grandstand finish with a 5th and deciding set. But that's way, way in the future. Still have to try a small matter of winning this 4th set. So it is more volleyball for the fans. So here we go now. Can St. Augustine get off to a big start like they did in the first set, but only this time hold on to it? Or will Mona get off to a fast start and try to ride it through to the end? Whatever it is 2-1, 14-25, 19-25, 25-23 St. Augustine, or to put it the other way, 25-14, 25-19, 23-25 Mona. 2-1 up as we get ready for the 4th set. So the officials just trying to get the alignments right. So they're starting 6. And based on these alignments, then of course the rotation will continue thereafter. So here we go. And kept alive nicely. And that's a brilliant put away there, right at the net. Coming up and doing the business. But we've seen this before. St. Augustine have had good starts. It's holding on to their lead has been their Achilles heel. Kept alive now. Here comes James. He gets a second bite at the cherry. That one is kept alive or just played over. Can he get another? But 3rd time lucky. And again, the infringement at the net. Making it 1 apiece. And Captain Rob, Andre Rob, to serve. Hoping to inspire his team now. Brilliant set. And again, the block right there by Hastings at the net. He's here, there, and everywhere. And at times his jumps to perfection most times. And problems for the ball to get through. And just pushing it over. Again, it's the work at the net that is causing the problems. Why we're not getting too many of those. Brilliant work again from Grant. So how do they do? They have to respect his power. So everybody is kind of backing off, waiting to receive. Serve is up. Opportunity here, kept alive. Long, and again, 3-2 St. Augustine now. And Mona just a little bit off color starting this 4th set. I don't know if it's playing in their mind that if they lose it, they will relinquish a 2-0 lead. But they can ill afford to think about that. They just have to play what's in front of them as much as possible. And there is the block. make it 4-2 St. Augustine. And Grant into the net. So 3-4 now. Shavard James now to serve. And a double touch. Or early lifting the ball. He's not really volleyballing. He's trying to catch it almost as if he's trying to serve in table tennis. So tied at 4. Here's James again. And again into the net to make that 5-4 Mona. So again, a lot of concerns about the ball and the call. So now it's St. Augustine's turn to gripe about the officiating, but it's 6-4 Mona. Butcher to the rescue. The captain getting it to go down to bring his team to within 1. Five to 6 it is now. Early in the 4th set. Mona still up 2-1. And that will be tied at 6 now. Hastings just missing there. And again, it's about getting the ball in play. And quite often we've had, and again, infringement at the net. Even though the ball was kept alive, so 6-7, it's another tight one to start here. 1 and 2 points is the most teams are leading by. And that's just off the net, really rubbed the net, almost the entire net. So it should be 6-7. And the scoreboard is a little bit slow. There it is. Actually 7-7 at this stage. Still alive. And to make that 8-7. Again, another mental lapse there. And just not able, Gonzalez just not prepared to move. Kept alive. Still alive. opportunity to set here. Still, and for once, James kind of lost his bearings there. He was trying to keep it alive and try and set it all at once. He did neither. And it's 8-8. And brilliant work by Tullo. They really need to feature him a little bit more. The big fella gives them a 9-8 lead. Brilliant work again at the net, so we're all tied at 9. And Lorenzo Pierce from St. Lucia. And now is not the time, certainly in a game that is as tight as this. You want to make them earn every point. And that jump serve isn't working. And look at Tullo, he doesn't jump serve anymore. Everything is a simple stroke and hammer. And make that 10 apiece now. So again, it's an opportunity here to try to put together a sequence of points. And that's a good serve. And still keeping it down. Still alive. Still alive. Can they get it over? And again, a double touch, says the referee. So 11-10, and again, just those fine margins. Rob with the serve. Still good set, and just wide again from Grant. Again, he had the window, he just missed it. Twelve to 10 now. Rob again to serve. Again, it's all simple serves. It's not about and timeout now. 13 to 10, Mona. But they would know that this is not over by a long shot. They just have a little breathing room here now. And an opportunity for them to try to secure the title with a victory by winning this set. Because you don't want to leave it for a fifth and deciding set. You don't know what is going to happen there. But right now they're 3 points ahead and with a little breathing room. So 13 to 10 it is. And Rob to serve again. And again, just meeting it at the net. Brilliant work by Neil. So Janty Neil doing the business. And again, Rob serving up by 4, 14 to 10. Mona just starting to pull away again. And it's in. So again, James atoning for an earlier miss. And now Mona has a 5-point lead, 15-10. And they have rattled off a string of points here. And it's been on this serve from Rob. Kept alive. Can they set it? And still alive. Still alive. Set it. And again a double touch. Martin that time not able to get it over. So now it's a 6-point lead. And Rob is serving again. And just the deflection. And it's 11-16 now. Back to 5. St. Augustine serving. And this is Grant. Again, he just has to get it in. And he does. Still alive for St. Augustine. And Mona with a chance to set themselves. Kept alive brilliantly. Still there. And he misses. Well, he had it tailor-made there. And Jante Neal misses. So St. Augustine within 4 now, 12-16. And it breaks through the block of Butcher and goes down 17-12. And again, Martin once more unable to set it. To make it 18-12. And it's going the way of it's passing outside of the antenna. 19-12. So another timeout to St. Augustine. So Mona now, after dropping that third set, have really put their foot down now and are looking to drive home their advantage. They're up by 7, 19-12. And as they say, they're smelling blood here, looking to finish this off. They had a 2-0 lead. They lost the third, but they're looking to bounce back immediately by clinching the fourth. And with the win, they would remain unbeaten and secure the volleyball title, men's volleyball title. So, back to the business at hand now. Can St. Augustine launch a recovery here? Still, and once again, it's a net play by Martin that gives them another point. So Mona now 20-12 in front. And done beautifully right there. Once again, Butcher seeing where the open space is. (13-20), still down by 7. Again, trying to finesse it over, and a wide just along. Butcher had it, but he missed it. So now it's 21-13. And it's a mountain to climb for St. Augustine here. Mona just 4 away from game, set, and match. Again, not the best of sets. Kept alive here. Returned in the favor. And down it goes. Hastings to the rescue. 22-13. They're 3 away. St. Augustine, can they find some firepower from somewhere? Neal with the serve. It's a good one. Just clipping the end line. It did clip the line. So it's 14-22. It should be 14-22, but it's kept alive. It stays on the scoreboard, it stays at 13-23. Now a chance to set it and a double touch again. So make it 13-24. Kept alive. Can he set it? Nice work. Again. Still alive. And just the deflection. It's going to be 14-23. Make that 14-24. 1 away. St. Augustine, Mona, they need 1. St. Augustine just needs another point here to keep this game alive. And blocked. Still alive. Kept nicely. And Hastings, still he can't get it down. And still alive. Who's going to win this point? And there it is. Fittingly, it is James who does it. 15-24. Or we are at 25-14. And Mona have secured it by 3-1. And they are the champions. Over St. Augustine. Brilliant job indeed from the men in red. And from them, certainly a fantastic victory indeed for him. So, So as we welcome you back here, we certainly want to congratulate Mr. Ebanks on a fantastic job. Congratulations to you, sir. And how you feeling now? You've won the title, literally. It was hard work at times, but today I thought the guys played well. They kind of lost their composure a little bit, not so much with the opposition, but of course with some of the officiating. But then you were able to kind of get them to rally, concentrate, refocus, and then come away with a 25-14 victory in the fourth set.
Yes. The thing is that we came here with one goal, one main objective, and we achieved that, and that was to go through with a flawless score sheet. We wanted to win everything outright. And we knew that when we go up against St. Augustine, it's always a big, we describe it as a grudge match, so we're not going to come and take anybody lightly, no matter what. And yes, in the height of competition and how things are going on, you are going to get flustered sometimes as players and as coaches based on officiating, but the important thing is that we keep telling the players that leave the arguing and everything to the coach. You do your job of playing, so we have to keep them focused and say, listen, do not get caught up in what is happening in terms of officiating. You just focus on what you got to do. Yeah, we lost some focus, especially in that third set that we went down. But, speaking to the guys in the break, we said, listen, we are here on a mission. We are not leaving here without achieving our goal. And I think they dug really, really deep in that set. They realized that we have to be more aggressive. We have to be more assertive in what we're doing. And that paid off for us.
Well, I'm sure you're happy with the kind of response you got from them, not just today, but throughout the tournament. Yes. And tell me a little bit about, even before you got here, how were they able to buy into what your philosophy of how they should play the game?
Well, the good thing about it is that these fellows are the same ones who were playing in our regular or national intercollegiate competition. So some chemistry was there all along. And that played a crucial role in preparation leading up to this point. It's just that in terms of the UE games, you're allowed just your starting players, which is 6, and then you have to juggle around with additional players. So we had a smooth start in 6, and that worked out. So the additional players we got, they blended in quite well. So the chemistry has been worked on from that point coming up to this one.
So you had a good base from which to operate in there. And I want to point out too that your captain, Andre Robb,
yes,
I thought was consistent throughout. Very quiet, doesn't really say much, but very efficient. James,
yes,
certainly one of the star boys on the teams. Hastings, another one who I thought really grew into the tournament, but when you needed, he was able to find points for you at critical times. And what can I say about the big fellow? Tolo is, he is Tolo. That's
yes, man. I mean, James, he's a fighter. He's a warrior, right? And he's not going to go down without slugging to come off the ropes. And that is something he brings, and he carries the team on his shoulder, despite the fact, yes, we have Rob as being the captain. Rob is the person with the cool head. I always look for a setter that has a calm head, because when everybody else is flustered, you can't be. He has delivered that, right? And he will play to instructions. Yes, he will go off sometimes, but we keep on reminding him that, listen, this is what we need to do. Mr. Hastings, I mean, he played an excellent game today. Some good blocking. He's attacking, a little off. more than a little less than we expected, but his blocking was really, really on, and we really appreciate that. So that big three you mentioned, believe you me, had really delivered for us. We had the other guy through the middle, that is Jante, and Jante gave us some good serves and some good blocking up there as well. So all around, or Libero Mog, excellent play. He is another person who directs the traffic on the court as well. So that's why I said the chemistry among these guys is really, really strong, and that is what helps us throughout our game, especially when our backs are against the wall.
One final question for you. The overall tournament itself and the whole concept of the UE Games and a volleyball tournament of this nature, where are you on that, and how you feel about participating in it, and how do you help it to grow and develop?
I think this does a lot for the development of the sport within the region. And with the addition of the additional 2 campuses, that even shows that, yes, we are getting a little wider, we are getting more participation. Because when you look at 5 Islands that came here, they made a statement.
Very true.
They did make a statement through male and female volleyball. All right. We have Global that also came in, and they did pretty well too, because they have players who may not so strong, but they are players who are actually delivering.
Right.
So I believe that the spread and integrating those other 2 campuses is doing well for it within this region. And there's nothing in this world that is greater than bragging rights.
Right.
Not even the prestigious World Cup can go against bragging rights. And you saw that in the game that we played today. Bragging rights is what is here. So when you go up against campuses, that's what is really at stake, bragging rights. And that is what drives the energy, going through. So I believe that with this spread, it can only get better from here on. Because the two new campuses that came in, now they're getting a chance to see what it is like to be a part of it.
Get a taste of it.
Exactly. So they know what to do and what to expect come the next time around when we stage the games.
And I, before I let you go, I just have to ask you this. What does this mean to you, to come here to win it, and as you said, to deliver what the original goal was?
This means a lot, a whole lot to me. I can say, even though I don't really put it out there, but this now has become my 109th championship title in terms of my career. So it is something that's significant to me. And to come here and do this in front of the home crowd, that's even better yet. So if I go elsewhere and achieve it, it's just the same. That's just my main objective. So for me as a coach, to achieve this, along with the help of my coaching staff and management team, and to achieve something like this, we can't ask for anything better.
Okay, Mr. Ebanks, thanks so much. Congratulations. All
Thank
the
you
same.
so very much.
So they just heard it there, folks, from the man himself, the man who orchestrating this whole phenomenon that you saw here of the Mona volleyball team, the men's team, and of course in charge of the women as well, helping out wherever he can. No doubt a man to look forward to. Hopefully we'll see him. He'll stick around for a little while longer. We'll see a lot more from him. But for the moment, we take a break. We have netball coming up. Don't go too far. We have another exciting series coming your way on the netball court. Okay, so welcome you back here. So as you can see there, the Trinidad and Tobago ladies or St. Augustine ladies are comfortably in front now by a 7-0 margin as netball action now takes center stage here at the UE Games 2026 as we bring the curtains down. And there, of course, is Bramble, who's been a real live wire for the St. Augustine campus. She is off to a solid start. 8-0 it is now for Five Islands. They have had difficulty getting the ball into the center circle for their goal shooter, Joy Shaw, to go to work. Right now she's out of your picture, but she's busy herself trying to get some kind of separation from the goalkeeper for St. Augustine in Sonia Jarvis, who is proven to be a real stickum to her. She hasn't been able to free up herself. In the meantime, no such problems for Bramble, as Micaiah Bramble, the captain of the St. Augustine team, certainly doing very well. They had a tough assignment against what effectively is the Cave Hill campus and the Barbados under 23 outfit. And they lost that game, not without a fight, but they really were up against it throughout. And for a young team, that was a real examination for them. And they lost that one. And now they're battling for what essentially is second place on the table. And the goal defense there, Kasumi, a little too tight. And once again, just reaching in now. Netball is, well, in essence, is a non-contact sport, but there's quite a bit that happens every so often as a lot of bodies are moving. But here's an opportunity again for the shot. I thought she could have taken it, but again, the confidence probably is not there. Tap in. Unfortunately, Jerissa Adams, unable to keep that one in. So it's a chance now for St. Augustine to build here. And the ball in is not a particularly good one. So they relinquish possession, but they will get it back. And they get it into the arms of Bramble. And from there, she's almost automatic. So with 7:22 left, St. Augustine rolling right now with a 12-0 cushion. Adams to start over for Five Islands, and the entry pass is not a good one. And trying to keep it a player. Christina James, she's a really hard worker, pushing all the boundaries, trying her best, as is the center, who just went crashing over the Ebony Castle. And so again, you could hear Coach McCullin just trying to get the players to understand what the concept of playing defense and how to play without causing obstruction. And good defense again still, but eventually the ball goes in. She was Crystal Simon. She was a little reluctant to shoot earlier, but she eventually got the shot up and got it in. It's a good separation once again, and that lob pass is working to perfection there. And once you get it into Bramble that course, it's very difficult for the goalkeeper, Kiana King, to do much with it for Five Islands. And again, one of the new teams in UE Games. That was dangerous. Trying to certainly get that ball. He's just trying to squeeze that into a very tight window. And here's Bramble again, showing good hands, catching with the left, or at least corralling it with the left and then cradling it with the right to shoot. And a little dribbling there that is pulled up. Good movement, and this time, and this is just the areas where the Five Islands just gonna have to learn. It's like baby steps that they're taking here, trying their best to do well. And again, once you miss it, she is able to just wipe the boards there quickly. In Sanya Jarvis. And a good movement again, and that lob is working overtime, as they say, because it's such an effective entry pass. And the defender, really, once he's pinned to the ground, there's not much that the goalkeeper can do. Kiana King, another interception, so it's 15-1. And with just about under 3.5 left. And there is that lob again. And Bramble is just able to corral it. She was trying to pass it to give the goal attacker a taste of shooting, but it wasn't necessary. Tishana Alexis, I'm sure, wouldn't mind too much if she doesn't get a shot up, as long as Bramble continues to score. And you could see her using the post as a rebound so she could get a better shot, a better grip on the ball. Good hands again. And there's trying to get up field. Good entry, good recovery, and money in the bag. 2 passes, and it's a shot going up. So that's good netball on the part of St. Augustine. They have really put the clamps on this one and really making life very difficult. And again, the goalkeeper is pushed out of position, Kiana King, and again, Bramble and company making them pay. So 19-1. This has been a very productive quarter for St. Augustine, and another turnover. And they're able to quickly get it up court and really running roughshod over the Five Islands outfit. 20-1. And they're going with the long ball, but it's working to perfection there. I don't think she really, certainly the coach didn't really want that pass, but she will take it all the same. here they come again, quickly getting the ball in, and there is Bramble. She started the play from an out of bounds, and or at least from she was the first receiver, picked it up nicely, came out of the circle, but again she was right there to receive the final pass. So a lot going well for St. Augustine here because they're already running roughshod over their opponents from Five Islands, and they have a 23-1 lead here on goals. And we're coming to the end of the first quarter. They watch at the clock, they realize they only have just a few ticks, and they really needed to be a little more purposeful to get it in so they could get the shot up. But that's the end of the first quarter, and at the end of one, it's 23-1 in favor of St. Augustine. So welcome back as we get ready for the second quarter. And St. Augustine comfortably in front by a 23-1 margin. And this is the go-to pass, and it's working to perfection. That lob into Bramble, and they really have not a chance to defend it properly. Not that it's the goalkeeper's fault. It's really she's undersized. Two, she's inexperienced. And but here is Joy, and she gets their second goal of the match. They had one in the first quarter, and early in the second, they have a second one. So that augurs well for the future. But this lady is certainly making life difficult for them. And Makia Bramble is off to a terrific start. playing netball. They go long again, and they have it every time. So good patience here at this time, and but this is where it's breaking down quite easily for them, and that's a good pass. The range, the location of the pass is just as good as the reception, and they're putting it where the defender could barely get a touch, and that's excellent defense yet again. Another turnover for Five Islands. So plenty contact there, so it's going to stay with St. Augustine, and once again, without any delay at all, they're getting it into the shooter, the goal shooter, and she is making no apologies. Another long one lobbed into the goal shooter, and she is just a monster right now, and remind me of some of the top Jamaican shooters that we've seen over the years, and they just put the ball in, and because of size, they're a mismatch for everybody. And still, so Bramble is going to take over. And very well done. She is the primary shooter and the primary scorer for St. Augustine. And you're seeing just why. Here they go again, and it's another fantastic entry ball and catch and shoot for Bramble. So she is really smoking the defense right now, and they're not getting a respite here. It's 31-2 at this stage. Good anticipation once again coming across. There is Jarvis, and starts a quick counter attack, probably just a little too quick for her teammates. So this represents the last opportunity for these players to get a good run out, and representing their respective campuses, and I'm sure they want to go out on a high. In the case of St. Augustine, they have already relinquished their title, so they're unable to secure top spot. The Barbados Cave Hill campus, the ones who will celebrate victory, the netball title, and I would imagine all of that will be made abundantly clear in the closing ceremony scheduled for later this evening. So a bad play there. Bramble was trying to get her center involved, and she was looking Castle, but now they get a chance to get it back in, and quick movement, excellent entry pass again from Christina James. And everything is working on overdrive right now for St. Augustine. They have precious little by way of resistance, and they're able to just really work on all their different sets quickly and effectively. And once more, it's a little bit short, but that's always to be expected. Sooner or later, the one or two of those passes may be a little bit short. So again, good understanding in the semicircle, so they're able to comfortably get the ball into their two shooters. And here they go again, more of the same. And really, it's very, very comfortable for St. Augustine. 36 now to 2, or 35 to 2, I should say. With 8:31 left in the second quarter. And a little bit of mishandling there. So it's all a big learning curve, a steep learning curve for the Five Islands players. They've really been torched here. And I don't think they expected this coming in to this encounter. They would have been hoping for a little more by way of a bit more opposition and certainly a lot more points. But right now, it's almost like she's playing basketball there. Can't bounce the ball all over the place. Joy to the rescue for Five Islands. Joy Shaw, and she can't get it to go. Jarvis, though, doing enough to make life difficult. And here they go again. Another brilliant entry ball. And Bramble with the simplest of tasks to just catch it and shoot it. She's a foot or two away from the goal. And once that happens, it means she's doing her job. And that's a 50-50 ball there. That's not really a ball in your shooter's favor. So again, and this is more like it for them, but they're still not able to connect with their passes. And again, the goalkeeper, Kiana King, is really being pushed around by Bramble. Bramble, of course, is bigger than her. So she's using her big body, her wide body to tighten up things, and then even now they can't control it, and that just gives Bramble another freebie as she accepts it without any fuss at all. 39 to 2, and no, you're not seeing things. That's actually the score. They've only scored 2 goals so far in this match. We're in the second half. In fact, we're 5:48 left in the second half. In the second quarter, I should say, as we head towards halftime. It's very difficult to get the ball into her, especially since she's been fronted by the defender. The ball would have to go up and then down. Here they go, try once more. Adams trying to get it in there, but it's not working just yet. And they go for another long one. And excellent work there. Good interpassing. And Alexis has one. So the wing attack is going to get a breather. She's played a pretty good game so far, Christina James. Brumble just tracking down the loose ball. Again, good execution by her. She could just take advantage of the opportunities presented to her. So again, good anticipation there, going back towards the ball, and which is all of the basics of the game. It's a good catch. Now can she finish it? And she does. So make it 41-3. That's good work on defense from the Five Islands. They just seem to be out hustling the St. Augustine team for the moment, at least. More of the same here, but that's where they have their difficulties. Their entry passes are speculative as best. They're not clinical, they're not accurate, and they're not, in the terms of percentages, they're not giving the receiver their goal shoot in terms of Joy Shore much by way of accuracy. And look at the opposite end, exactly what is happening. Bramble is very experienced, so she knows how to manipulate the semicircle and get herself in positions for some easy shots. So it's a bit of a tough learning curve, and the same thing on defense. Look at the goalkeeper, keep it around. And again, another to her. So just about 2 minutes, approaching 2 minutes left in the first half. 2 minutes in the first quarter, in the second quarter being played out. And there's another bomb, almost like a quarterback trying to hit a wide receiver, running a corner post pattern or a post corner pattern. And she's just gobbling them up. Great spin move, and once the goalkeeper bit, it was easy for her to spin and get on the inside and complete another comprehensive but simple play as well. So another substitution being made. She would have to take off the bib. The wing defender is off. So just about a minute and a half left in this first quarter. Too many empty trips, and it's not all because of their own doing. They're just kind of aiding and abetting in the whole thing. And excellent work once more. So 45-3. They have 51 seconds and counting. Can they get 2 more goals? And that will help. And she got that in double quick time. So they have 40 seconds left now. Can they win it back and get a shut up? 46-3. Now it's an opportunity for them to just close out here. 12 seconds left, and Joy trying to get her team going. 46-4. Just seconds left, and she can't get it in. So 46-4 at the half. That's the scenario here, but certainly a lot of work to do for Five Islands. But as for St. Augustine, they are in cruise control. We're at the half. It's 46-4. We'll be back when the second half is about to begin. So as we welcome you back here at the half in this one, we're getting ready for that third quarter. And remember, it is 46-4. And that's a long bomb. And she does very well. She's probably surprised herself and all that it went in. And she's all smiles there, Joy Shaw. But this is where the problem lies in trying to prevent the St. Augustine girls from scoring. Goal attack. Tishana Alexis. Getting it done, and a bad miss there, really unforced, just putting a foot on the court. And missing out on that occasion. Just to give you some stats of what transpired so far in terms of the shooting, this young lady has been exceptional. Bramble for St. Augustine. And at the half, she was 23 of 24. Or make that correction, 22 of 23. And the goal attack, Alexis was 1 of 2. 4 Five Islands. Of course, she was 3 of 4. That's Joy Shaw. And here's Bramble again looking to pad those stats with some more convincing play. So it's been a total dominant performance from the St. Augustine ladies. Second place is pretty much in their grasp, and they look well on course to securing that. The Barbados Cave Hill campus would have more or less secured the title. And doing very well. Just a little too strong coming there from Jarvis. Sanaya Jarvis. And they give it right back to them. So that could be frustrating for the Five Islands. Every time they think they have something going, they turn it over. And they go for that long ball inside, and that is working. That lob is working overtime, really, because it's like every trip somebody uncorks one, and look at who has it. She has those big hands. It's almost like a wide receiver in American football, just running under passes from the quarterback. (53-5). Adams really hasn't been able to get her team going, but good defensive work. And another bomb thrown in to Bramble. And this time, there was no need for a lob. All they needed to do was just get it into her vest, and it would have been easy. But they go back to it, and she is obliging time and again. Alexis getting another one to fall. And excellent ball movement again. Just taking a couple passes, and that's all they need. They don't need to go lateral. They could go straight ahead because the defense is so wide open, and all they need is a little movement and some understanding. Just a little reach in there from Casimir. Sure. And this time doesn't work for her, but she gets her rebound. Nice little tap back inside. But not this time. Hobson did very well to keep that one alive, the first one, but the second one too strong. There's another bomb thrown into the circle, and again, it's catch and shoot. Bramble putting on a clinic here. So they're making a quick substitution. So the another wing attack, a different one coming in, and it's good for all of these young ladies to get the opportunity to run out and just to experience what it's like being out there in the middle, passing the ball, running into space. They've been practicing a lot, so I would imagine they're anxious to put into practice what they have been learning, and quite often it's about those little things, learning and executing like that. They would have been practicing that lob for quite some time, and more than any other game in this tournament, they've gone to the lob time and again, and it has worked 99% of the time. Here's another one, just bypassing all the defenders and exposing the goalkeeper, who is really up against it. Quick reaction, and gets a chance now to move it once more, and here's the other lob, and another one to put away. So it's quite clinical and very efficiently done by St. Augustine. They're not wasting any time at all, and just one pass, two passes maximum, and it's a shot, an attempt at the goal. So they've worked out pretty much how they're going to attack their opponents, and it's working beautifully so far. Chance here now for another one. This is good movement, good anticipation, and a good finish. So 62-5. Cannot catch up with that one. A little too far ahead of Alexis. Jarvis fighting for everything there. But she does get this one back. And it's an opportunity now for St. Augustine to at least get it back to this lady. And she doesn't win the first one. She doesn't score the first one, I should say. But she does win the rebound. And is able to finish off in style. 63 now to 5. Again, good ball movement this time, but this is where things tend to stall for them. And again, but she does win back the rebound and makes amends. So Shaw fighting for all it's worth. And here's another one in, and the goalkeeper really doesn't have much of a chance there. She's not active enough, and she's not aggressive enough inside of there, because Bramble is just turning her one way and then the next, and without any failure at all. She's here, and Bramble reaching in. So it's been a really tough afternoon for the young ladies from the Five Islands campus. Good work here, and the ladies on the Five Islands, this is what I like. They're not giving up. They're still trying and making every attempt, trying to win. Sure, she should get it back quite comfortably. No, she did hit a long one earlier, but not this time. It's a great ball inside into the hands of the always available Bramble, their captain. So they really featured her today, and it has worked like a charm. She's been here, and there's another lob, and she's catching with the right hand, shooting with the right hand, catching with the left hand, shooting with the right hand. She's here, there, and everywhere in that circle. She's really mapping out a real, if there was a graph, you see all her movement going every which way. And I think when she sees it, the coaches will be very happy with it. And again, certainly things are working comfortably for them. So just under 3.5 minutes left in the third quarter, and nothing has stopped since this game started. It's been one-way traffic most of the time, and it's almost as if and Jarvis doing very well, but illegally, says the official. And good defending there, but Casimir just running into the post, and Jarvis just missing out. So again, fighting for it, for all it's worth. Excellent work there. Again, Casimir and the company doing very well. And just not barely hitting the iron. And I think Bramble will show them how it's to be done. And very clinical there. So approaching 2 minutes left in this third period, in this third quarter. It's more of the same, and she's getting a real workout there, and a real introduction to catching and shooting, and having to work her magic every which way. And here she is again, showing excellent work, almost missing out there, and putting her work there. She might be a little bit fatigued right now because she's working almost non-stop. And she's just pinning the defender behind her and executing to perfection. So here they go now. Lovely ball inside. Can Shaw execute? She cannot. Just missing out there. She's still in with a chance. Another long one. And it's working, it's proven to be very difficult for her. And Bramble again with another opportunity here. So 38 seconds left. Can they get another one? They have to move quickly this time. And opportunity here. And if somehow it ends up, and she just fell into that circle. She's not allowed to go in there. Only the goal attack and the goal shoot can cross that line. 18 seconds left. Can they get an interception here? Got to get a turnover. 3 seconds or an infringement. So so that is the end of the third period. 73-6. It is. So another very productive quarter for St. Augustine. So we're getting ready now for the fourth and final quarter. This is it for these young ladies as they get ready to close out their campaign. The St. Augustine outfit look well on course for second place, so this will just confirm that for them. And here they are now trying to close out this one. 73-6 is where they are. And Shaw trying to chip away at that lead. It just wouldn't fall for her. And there is the interception. So a chance for them to get the ball into Bramble again. And once she catches it there, it's automatic for her. Another one thrown in. Bramble has to fight for it, but she's able to get it and get it quite nicely, and then she again moves for it, and her teammates looking for her, which helps because all she has to do is present herself, and they will find her. So Shaw and Jarvis battling under the goal. Shaw with a chance just to get something in, and doing very well. There's another one lobbed in for her, so that has worked like a charm in this game so far. I can't even count how many times they've been able to lob the goalkeeper, and Bramble has been feasting with those entry passes, and just trying to bump it, and bump it too much. Shaw doing very well. So more action, 77 to 88 now. The score really is kind of irrelevant at the moment as they continue to pile on the pressure here, and really taking care of business. So Bramble, I don't think she wants to spoil her average by missing too many, and but I think she needs to be very clinical with it. So we'll see if she's able to be very efficient. It's another good entry pass, but can they get it to Shaw? Not able to at the moment. It just seemed to ease away from her, and this makes it very difficult for. That's not a good shot, but Shaw is able to tidy up and scores. So she's doing her part. You can see the potential that she has. It's just that the service isn't there for her. And as a result, life is very difficult. But not for this lady. She's been fed time and again. And maybe she's just, that's a fatigue is starting to set in. So it's just about here's another attempt at a lob pass. This time it's very well defended by King. She hasn't had much by way of success with those interceptions, but every time she gets one, you have to commend her. It's a similar thing for Shaw. When she gets a goal, you have to give credit where credit is due. And they've just been able to just dismantle their opponents. They move the ball quite nicely, and then they're able to finish them off. So another lovely approach work, and a good finish. So this has been a real cakewalk. The question is, do they have enough time to get to 100? Right now they're up to 83. So they're 17 away, but they have just under 10 minutes to do their work. And this is better from Five Islands, showing patience. It's just that the shooting hasn't really assisted them. So here they go again with an opportunity, and excellent work once more. So 84, and with 8 minutes left. Can they make it 85 right away? Yes, they can if she's able to finish off. And the coaches are pushing her to be just clinical. Don't allow any kind of relaxation to step in. No complacency. Just be as efficient as you possibly can. And she has been brilliant all day long. Just taking the goalkeeper one way and then the next. And, so 85 to 10. It's a 75 goal cushion that they have. And stepping out of bounds. So good pass, and again the lob into Bramble, and money in the bank. 86 now, another one. This time is long, but again showing excellent hands is Bramble, and that brings it to 87 now. So they're 13 away from the 100 mark. Do they have enough time to get there? And that's a great interception. And can they reward her? Lovely. Give it back to her. And now the lob is on. So excellent play yet again. 88 now to 10. Can they get another one quickly? And they will. And it's 89. So they're 11 away from the century mark. But time is slightly against them. They're going to have to try and score quickly. And they're on the move once more. And here is the lob. Easy does it. And that will make it 90. That should have been an infringement. It is. So 90 to 10 now. So they're 10 away. And they have 5.5 minutes. Can they go quickly? And it's another lob. And that one is easy because it's right in front of her. And she makes it 91 now. So excellent work there to get some separation, but the pass is just not on the same page. Time and again, 91 to 10. And excellent pass. Can they get it into Bramble? And she's clinical there, 92 to 10. Another opportunity here now to get another one. That one is put in traffic, but it will remain with St. Augustine. It's just being a little too cute. Just a little more patience. And again, they're just trying to get it back there. They're under 4 minutes now to go. And that's a tough pass. It really is, because Joy was going one way, the pass was thrown behind her and not really giving her much of a chance. On the move again. And Brambo is just trying to move one way and then the next. But the pass again was behind her, just like at the other end. And here it is once more. Probably a little contact, but Jarvis to try to get them started quickly. Excellent work. And where's the lob? And there it is. So 92. Can she make it 93 now? And she does. So it's 93 to 10. So another substitution. So the coach is really emptying the bench here now. Going back to what was working earlier. So 93 to 10. 7 away, but they're under 3 minutes left. And it's the Five Islands ball. Big pass there, big catch. Excellent work. The lob again is on. That should make it 94 now. And so they're 6 away to go quickly. And it's another lob in there, so that should make it 95. And so they're 5 away. Just about 2:18 left. And Five Islands. Can they stop the floodgates? And this lady can, sure. Can she get it up? And it's way off, but an infringement is called, so it's going to go against St. Augustine. Under 150 left now. Time is the big difference now. Quickly for them to get it out. And they're on the move quickly again. Thinking of the lob, but it's not there. And trying to get it in. So comfortable pass. So 96 now. So they need 4. So the lob early in, and that should make it 97. If she could score from there, yes, she can. So it's 97 to 10. 3 away. They have a minute left. So a chance here. Sure, gets it in, and quickly the ball is sent back to the center. And there is the lob once again to make it 98. And there are 41 seconds. So they need 2 goals. They have 30 seconds in which to get those 2 goals. And again, beyond everyone, can they track down the ball? So 21 seconds left. Infringement. So here is a chance now to get it in. She get to 99. Yes, but they only have 6 seconds. Can they get 1? Can they get it in? Just to throw it directly to her. And it just come up short. 99-11 is the final score. And they were really pushing hard to try to get to it. So 99-11, the final score. in this encounter, and it would be very interesting to see what the final stats are and to give it, but certainly a terrific performance from them, and one that I'm sure they will be talking about for quite some time, and that will give them, so they end their campaign on a very positive note with a convincing victory, 99-11, just one away from the century mark. And we already had one batsman out in the 90s again today, so just getting that 100 is always the back. So it will be also interesting to see what her final stats are in terms of Bramble, because I'm certain they're very impressive indeed with her, and it's going to be interesting to see how her final statistics are mapped out in due course. So it really is going to be interesting to see what transpires there with them, just to get her final statistics, and we try desperately to see if we could get it before it's all said and done. So we'll see what happens, and so again, a convincing victory this for the St. Augustine campus, and they would have wrapped up second place on the table, and it's now a question of just receiving that second place trophy. But again, remember, all of this is about points to see who finishes where in terms of the overall. So while they couldn't win first place, they've certainly given themselves a big boost here with a fantastic finish in this one. Khalifa. So it's really a situation here where we are just going to try to have a word with Khalifa McCollin. And so again, as we continue on here, we are just having a quick chat here with Khalifa McCollin, who's one of the assistant coaches with the UE team, and we are just trying to finalize one of the balls that was being used and to showcase this particular item. And the reason why we are bringing this one is, you can notice, if you can just zoom it in a little bit, you'll see the name Khalifa McCollin written on it. And so I'm happy to say she's sitting right next to me here with her signature ball. And Khalifa, congratulations. And here it is also with the signature as well, just to confirm that it is in fact hers. And so no doubt nobody could just print it on there, because she does have a signature written on there as well. So congratulations to you. How do you feel having your own ball and having a signature ball as well?
Oh, it's such a privilege. The ball represents exactly what I'm about and how I feel about the sports, because I have my tagline on there: netball is art and the court is my canvas. And I think that describes, what I put out on court, the way I play, the flair that I bring to the game. So it's just something fun, and I guess something that I hold dear to my heart.
Well, certainly it is, because I'm thinking, I don't think another Trinidadian has had their own a signature ball.
No,
Not
no.
even the great Jean Pierre would have had her own signature ball.
Yeah.
So I know that must give you and your moms and the entire family a tremendous amount of pride. But what does this say about Khalifa McCollin?
I think that is, I guess, the epitome of all of the work that I've put in. And again, it just generally represents who I am as a player. And I want to make a special mention to Anicia Batiste. That is one of Trinidad and Tobago's national defenders, and she is an artist as well. She would have been the one to actually help bring
With
the
the
ideas, yes, bring the ideas together. So the little brush strokes, the little flickers of paint that represent sweat and so forth. So she did a really, really good job translating my ideas into, put it on the ball.
Well, certainly it is, and congratulations again to her as well. But let's talk a little bit about your involvement with the team. What you're happy with, what you feel needs to happen with a group like this?
I think that this group has so much potential to grow. Normally, UE's netball team, we only carry one team for the National League, which is the All Sectors Netball League. But this year, we did something a little bit different, and we had two teams in two different divisions, and I think that shows continuity. Most of the students, well, a couple of the students would be leaving from the university this year, so we had a few of them from the junior team come up and play on the representative team for UE Games, and they would be here to represent for the next UE Games coming. So, that shows, again, a lot of continuity and what we have in store. I think moving forward, we do have a lot of things that we can work on. Though we came second, which is a great achievement, we would have beaten Mona. So, again, we're looking forward to what's coming in Barbados at the next UE Games. And, just willing and ready to hit the ground running in the next couple of weeks when training resumes.
Well, certainly it is. And as a shooter yourself, what can you say about Makia Bramble on her performance today? Let me I think I have some of her stats here. At the half, she was 22 of 23. And at the end, I think she was 26 of 28 overall. And somehow I don't think that's adding up, because if the score was 99, I think something
she
is...
definitely had 90-something goals.
Yeah, something is a little bit of... actually, it just says here 95 of 104.
Okay.
So, which is kind of like more like it for her. And that is a phenomenal shooting performance.
Yeah, most definitely. That is a phenomenal statistic there for Makia. Makia would have represented at the under 21 level, and I know right now she's in training for the senior team. So there's so much potential there. She's a young talent and definitely one to look out for in the future. Makia is a star upcoming, and I think it was really good to see her go out there and play against, some really good talents from the other countries. So again, I'm really looking forward to what she does in the future.
Yes, certainly it is. She reminds me a lot of the Jamaican shooter who plays in Australia. Fowler.
Yes.
There are similarities.
She looks up to Fowler as well. So to hear that, I think she'll be really excited.
Because you can see the similarity. When I look at her, I can see Fowler's whole attitude towards shooting. They don't mind not taking a 2-point shot. But once it's under the goal, that's where they live and breathe. But let me just have a quick word on you yourself. What's next for you?
What's next
apart
for
from
me?
designing balls and things in terms of your playing career?
Okay, so I recently came back from Malaysia. They have a netball super league in Malaysia, so I would have been contracted to play for the season. My team would have made top 4. We placed 4th, but I mean that was a great feat for them, because the last time they played, they placed 8th. 7th out of 8 teams. Returning from that tournament, I am presently in training with the senior national women's team, who are preparing for CAC and Commonwealth Games. So that is that is what I have in store at present, and hopefully this year This year I can probably retire after these games. I don't know. I just have to pay attention to what my body feels like because I've been playing netball for quite some time.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I might be young, but I'm old in the sport.
Right.
So we'll definitely see how it goes. I'm taking it competition by competition.
That's good. Nobody could fault you. And once again, congratulations. Thanks for spending a little time with us. Congrats to the UE team and all the best in the future.
Thank you so much.
And continue to do the good work with the ball.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Khalifa McCollum, one of our senior players, certainly, and a star true and true in netball here in TNT and in the Caribbean. So congratulations to them. And that is the situation, folks, with a fantastic outcome, a final performance for the UE Games. So St. Augustine with a comprehensive 99-11 victory over the Five Islands, who close out their campaign winless 0-4, and St. Augustine will finish second. Of course, the champions, Cave Hill, were crowned themselves in glory with some big wins over both UE, in fact, over all 4 teams that they would have faced. I'm Raskima, thanks so much, and stay with us. We still have more to come here from UE Games 2026. Today is the final day.